So today is a very big session. This is the big finale to the Bulu Empire arc, something we've been doing for well over a year at this point. Yeah, it's also a very special day. It's Seox Day. Everybody give a clap to Seox.
Woo! Seox!
Seox!
Seox gets advantage today.
Yes, Seox specifically gets advantage. Not the two players that matter.
Wow.
Seox matters to me. I see you, Seox.
Let's get introductions out of the way quick, because
Popcorn style, go. Hey, I'm cable provider. I founded this little series with a fucking rubber band and some character sheets. And one Naoki Dice Gang kunai later, we're at the end of Bulo Empire. It's been a fucking ride and a half. It's been fun. I got commissions open till July. Give me your money. Just hit me up on Twitter. You just give me your money. Popcorn style to Jack.
Hi, Blackjack K9. I also do the arts. My commissions are also open. Have a look at the idea for Digimon Knighthood, which is getting even better than it was before, so watch it. I think that's everything, so Dan.
Hi there, Ninja Dan's Funhouse. I'm the channel manager and main editor of Final Phantasma, and my boy Grifter here's story is about to be finally finished. And it'll be someone else's turn in the barrel. Could even be you, Noodle.
Hi, I'm Noodle Laser. I'm currently eating ice cream. My commissions are open. Yeah, also give me money, because I would like that too. Luis.
Hey everyone, I'm Luis Vasquez. You can follow me on Twitter, Luis Vasquez Music. I make music. I make custom music for D&D campaigns, streams, VTubers, and I also produce for independent artists. Right now, everything is in the back burner. Oh, I released a new. Well, I didn't. Someone I composed and produced a cover song, released it. Their name is Little Miss Houndoom. She released a cover of Hyperdrive from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. So go look for that in YouTube, or it's in my Twitter too. Apart from that, like more music on the horizon. I have a couple covers with VTubers cooking, and I'll probably release them like in the coming weeks. Next,
Chibi, that's
Popcorn.
Chibi.
Hi there, my name's Chibi Wisdom. You can find me at Chibi Wisdom over on Twitter. I do a whole bunch of art and stuff like that. I'm currently working on a bunch of stuff for Digimon Knighthood. I'm working on some videos in the background, and yeah, it's just work just never ends. My commissions are available. If you want to support and make sure that I can sleep, that'd be great. Batty.
Okay.
Football to the face.
The football has hit me in the face. I'm batty. Fuck y'all. That's all I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna change the music now because we're gonna get into recap time.
Don't forget to hit that bell and subscribe.
Yes. Okay. So.
Congratulations.
I can't even find the fucking song. Here it is. We've been on quite a journey. I don't have this actually written out, but basically, does anybody else want to recap for me?
Let's see, how far back you want to go on this?
Give a little context to why everybody is where they are now.
Just give them the road so far.
The road so far? Well, there were 5 individuals who, well, destiny kind of slapped them all in the face and decided, you individuals are gonna take the hunter exam. And Through different trials and tribulations, this gang of misfits managed to survive and even stick together out in the end. They are awkward friends. They don't always get along, but they keep each other going. Especially one individual currently, who 4 years prior, disaster struck his family, all thanks to a horrible artifact that his father managed to secure, the Giant's Hairpin. The death of the majority of his family, the burning down of his house, his brother turned villain, and it all led to needing to settle up with everything going on at the Bulu Empire. Solving the mystery of the Empire itself and uncovering the secrets of the Giant's Hairpin, they have gone through mercenaries, ghosts, and other crazy BS in these trials to ascend to heaven and finally stand at the very throne of it itself. But who's gonna prevail in the end? The evil within? Or one guy just trying to be able to sleep at night?
Okay, that is better than anything I could come up with on the spot. So, just a little context for the past couple sessions. The party was split with Coco, Grifter, and NPCs Neelam Bayer and Terra Lynx, aka TL, ascending Heaven's Throne, a giant glass elevator that leads to this place on top of this massive cylinder, which we're going to get to in a second, and thus the rest of the party left on the ground. I am going to change up the music again, and we are going, before we get to Coco and Grifter, we're going to shift to the party down below. And I just need to get this playing. Oh, I need to actually move you guys. There you go. So, Dustin, Seox, and Tonbo. You guys, with the aid of Darrow and many of the friends you have found along the way, have just halted the onslaught of a army of chimera ants wanting to rip you to shreds. You don't know what Coco and Grifter are doing at this point, but you notice storm clouds starting to gather around the top of the tower, known as Heaven's Throne. What are you doing?
So I guess we wait now.
I mean, that's all we really can do.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can do. I don't think we can make it up there.
Unless someone wants to try and scale it from the outside.
I mean, like, looks towards it.
I mean, technically we have two people that can probably fly up there.
And we have a bunch of people that can't.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
We shouldn't divide ourselves up any more than we already did.
We might have one problem on our hands.
Everybody roll me a perception check.
Oh shit. Speaking of problems.
Speak of the devil.
And that's a 22.
Fucking
Wow,
shit.
I roll well. That's weird.
Hold on.
22 for Seox Day.
Not one
I'm
for
guessing I
Tombo.
can't because I'm not there.
Hanbo, for once.
Oh wait, no, it's an 18. I can't nat one.
Okay. You know
Sorry,
what? Fair.
I forgot.
You wouldn't notice this at first, but Seox, you're definitely the first to notice it. You feel a very dense Nen aura descending from the sky.
I kind of don't like that.
Wait, what is that?
I don't know. But that's a lot on then.
You all look up to the sky and see a green light descend and eventually land in the middle of you. Is the mass figure that you have been warned about, that Christopher himself has seen firsthand, that you guys know to be Grifter's brother, Rigard, previously thought to be deceased. There
Back away.
is a green aura surrounding him, and he is moving forward.
Great.
Is anybody going to do anything to try to stop him?
Hey, you there? I guess you're, if we are not mistaken, you're Rigard, aren't you?
As you know, mind keeps moving forward, as if you weren't there.
I wouldn't suggest getting in that boy's way.
I start looking at Tumble and like gestures, like in a sense of, do we do something?
Tombo's gonna get up. And he's just gonna like collect himself for a second. Rigard Bayer.
He keeps moving
The tower's
forward.
not going to let you up. And you're going to get in the way of what Grifter's doing.
He keeps moving forward.
Oh god.
This could be bad. Darrow, wall.
Darrow's gonna sigh. And he's gonna put his hand across the outside of this building. A wall of ice is going to emerge, blocking the path. He approaches the wall and starts walking through the ice.
Oh, that's freaky.
As not in an incorporeal sense, but and not in a heat sense, the ice around him is literally disappearing.
It's probably good we don't touch him.
You know, I was just about to do that.
And he is going to get up to the barrier. And with no difficulty whatsoever, he's going to pass through.
Oh, come on! Why can't he do that and I can't?
Because whatever power he has is a lot stronger than ours.
Or it's because a Bayer is the only one who's supposed to go through here right now.
Yeah, but Coco went through.
With Grifter before anybody else was there.
We're going to now change scenes, unless if anybody wants to do anything else.
Did he just
He's
walk
a red
through or
one.
did he leave a hole?
You can't tell at this point. There's a lot of I guess it's kind of hard to discern through the ice just collapsing around everything. But you're gonna see him start to slowly ascend the
Oh, give
elevator.
me a second.
Just gonna radio the others.
I might do
Yeah.
something.
Hmm.
I'm gonna hold the sword up, like So if it push me back, it doesn't. It comes back with me. I'm gonna try running through the barrier again, just where he went through. Or do we let this go?
Gotta make your call, dude. What do you want to do?
Okay, here I go.
Seox, you take a running sprint, jumping into the barrier, trying to make your way through. And right as you're about to make contact, we're going to switch scenes.
Son of a bitch.
We go to the top of the tower known as Heaven's Throne. Coco, Grifter Bear, Neelam Bear, and TL have all been brought here by somebody known as the mascot of the Bulu Empire, referring to themselves as Gem. A 3-foot, pill-shaped jaguar mascot made of some sort of metal. He has been kind of your little instructor, bringing you through this city above heaven. And he is what led you all here. What is Coco and or Grifter doing once they finally reach the top?
Just looking around.
You look around the top of this throne. You see stuff that kind of reaffirms some of your suspicions earlier. You actually see these electrical rods. This city has theoretically been untouched for thousands of years, yet somehow there is forms of modernity, or I don't even know how you would begin to say that, but there's a electrical system up here. You would see right here is some sort of green billboard-esque shape. You don't know what precisely it's for, but it just stands up over the edge, and you would notice a orange glass platform dangling over this side.
I don't trust this. I do not trust this at all.
Nothing about this is right. Is this it? This is the top of heaven right here.
Yes! Jim responds, very enthusiastic.
Were these always here?
Ever since they were created, yes. Well, there's been some add-ons, as you can see. And he just motions over to the electrical wire.
And who would have done such a thing?
Oh, the king of the Bulu Empire.
And how long ago was that?
Pretty long time ago.
Doesn't make any sense.
Do you feel more powerful?
No.
Well, you'll be happy to know that you are.
What are you talking about?
You're not on the level of God yet, but you won't have to worry about those pesky restrictions on your powers for the time being. At least while you're up here.
What are you referring to?
The restrictions on your nin abilities. You have free reign.
Alright, Mr. Jaguar creature. What on earth are you on about? And why is it that me and TL are here? I noticed all the others got pushed off. I know me and TL have, spinal pieces, but we weren't really a part of completing this process.
I brought
What's
you all
your game?
I brought you all here because you are all children of Etienne Bayer.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me?
Etienne was trying to become a god and thus emulated the path of the king of the Bulu Empire, Apotheosis. Apotheosis, to achieve his goals, raised a harem of various queens belonging to different lands that he captured, siring a different child from each woman and then pitting them against each other.
Are you telling me that Coco and TL here are my siblings?
Correct.
I'm having a headache.
The plot thickens.
Wait a minute. Sayok tried telling me something. Sayok said he saw a vision of Etienne in his mother, but she struck him down.
Etienne tried to seduce Seox's mother and provide her with a chance of her own form of power, but she refused.
Smart on her.
Oh no, no, it makes me too much sense.
But this just keeps confirming what I've been wanting to do from the very beginning. How do I take the throne?
Oh, it's simple. All of you are eligible to take the throne and ascend to godhood. The last one that survives becomes God.
You're going to
Yeah,
need
I'm
to
not
put
doing
that
that.
plan on halt!
Oh, I don't have to do anything. You're going to kill each other.
And how do you intend on making me do that?
Well, you're here. You can't leave. So, you'll have to kill each other. Last one that survives becomes God.
I have a question, Batty.
Yeah.
Is this just a platform or is it enclosed?
It's a platform. As far as you can tell, think of this as like the top of a very, very tall cylinder.
Alrighty. I'm going to do something I've been wanting to do a long time here, Batty.
Yes.
I'm going to pick up this creature and I'm going to yeet it off the side.
Okay. I want
And I'm
you
going
to roll.
to deliberately do it in the opposite direction of where I know people are standing. So that way they don't get hit.
So you're gonna try to throw Gem off the side.
Yes.
I want you to roll me athletics check.
1 second. 14.
14. You fail as this small metallic creature, seeming deceptively strong, is going to grab you with one of its very, very thin arms, and it's going to throw you over here as your body skims across the ground. You take no damage from this. Well, ho there, Missy.
I'm
I
wrapping
knew there
Poltergeist
was a
around
reason
you.
why I didn't like you.
I'm wrapping Poltergeist around him.
Oh, so you want to play games? Well, then it's time to play.
Oh, I had a feeling that you were actually a mastermind behind this. Trying to get us to continue this vicious cycle.
Grifter,
Yes.
you find something grab your arm, as I'm going to have to describe what happens next. So, this is what you see as a figure emerges out of the mouth of Jim. And you see Apotheosis, God King of the Bulu Empire, reach out from this creature and grab you by the arm. I was wondering what your indecision would be. Well, if you all choose death, I'm happy to oblige. I want you to roll me a strength saving throw, Grifter.
Eek! 13.
Okay. So, let me do something real quick. This is gonna be... So, you rolled a 13 on your strength save, right?
Uh-huh.
That's not good.
No, I didn't think it was.
So, let's see, where is he gonna throw you? Apotheosis is gonna throw you off the edge, and you're gonna start falling down. I want everybody to roll me initiative.
Oh. Well. That's a
not
5.
good. That's not good.
Okay, so 5 and 17. Let me try something real quick.
It's gonna be one of those days. They roll 20.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those fucking days. There we go. Hold on just a second while I get everybody's shit in order. And I will roll for TL and Neelam. Neelam, upon hearing that this was some sort of death match, he instinctually backed up, but seeing as how things have gone out of hand, he is very anxious. TL himself is still confused, but the second he sees Grifter go overboard, his face changes. And I'm gonna add everybody to the initiative. Interesting. Okay. So, 17 for Apotheosis, 19 for TL, and 4 for Neelam. So, Grifter, as to your complete surprise, you see Apotheosis, the God King, and he throws you over the ledge. Let me describe what Apotheosis looks like for the viewers at home. He is a somewhat muscular but very flexible man. His skin has the consistency of what you would be used to when, like, staring at a mummy whose skin has been dried and deteriorated over eons, but it seems perfectly grafted onto his body. Whoever this creature is, it's alive, it's human, and it is very durable. TL, seeing Grifter going off the edge, is going to do the thing that Tiela would do in this situation. He's going to be able to make it. You're going to see him run straight past Apotheosis. He's gonna slap his hand on the edge of this building, and he's going to jump after Grifter. It's Apotheosis' turn. You know, I was kind of hoping you would choose this option over the other one. Honestly, it's more fun to get my hands dirty myself. No response? Oh, well, I guess your friend's falling off the ledge, so...
Wait, he was talking to me?
He was talking to both you and Neelam.
You are one dead son of a bitch.
Well, I guess we'll see. And for his turn, he's gonna do nothing but stand in the middle. Coco, what are you doing?
Well, for starters. Oh, I see.
Chala!
It's Chala.
So fun fact, you can go with Shala if you so choose. Remember how I said you had no restrictions on your Nin ability up here?
Oh,
You can
oh,
choose...
that's fantastic.
You can choose which... So, to clarify for Coco, you can choose which god you summon, and you can summon one god at a time, but an infinite amount of gods per day, as long as you're up here.
Hey, I want the eagle god. Please give me that.
Okay, you summon the eagle god. So, behind Coco, nobody but Neelam Bear would see this because Grifter's probably screaming his guts out right now. But a 20-foot hulking mass erupts behind Coco. It is a humanoid a humanoid figure, golden skin, an eagle for a head, or more closely, a giant eagle's head that it wears as a face mask just erupts behind you, Coco. And it is very imposing looking.
So, rather than fight Apotheosis, she's having it fly to catch Grifter and TL.
Okay.
Because it has 50 feet flying speed.
Okay. Let's see. How far would they have fallen at this point? I'm gonna say it's gonna be around, so... Yep, they would be, he would be able to catch Grifter and TL.
Okay.
So, Grifter, as you're plummeting, you see TL behind you, just like flying.
What?
Don't worry, I got this. I have magnets. It's fine. He's just gonna grab
What's
onto
behind you?
What are you talking? Oh my god! As this giant beast that you have never seen before envelops both of you in its arms.
What the? Coco.
Coco, what are you doing? Is that your turn?
I'm assuming since I have no limitations on that right now.
Yes.
I'm not really sure, but I do have my own 2 separate attack moves I can do.
Yes.
Let me see. I'm going to give this a good old college try.
20. That's gonna hit Apotheosis.
6 bludgeoning.
So, you slam your shovel into Apotheosis' side to catch him off guard. And you could swear, like, as the shovel makes contact with his body, you hear 5 or 6 different ribs snap. But his expression remains unchanged. He looks very excited right now.
I know I didn't trust you.
Well, I guess that's just your natural intuition working. You smash him in the face. You see his nose just snap to the side, and one of his eyes are drooping as part of his skull is caved in. And he's like, "Whoa, you hit harder than I thought, little girl."
Oh, you'll see how hard I'll hit in a fucking second.
Try me.
That's all I can do.
Okay. Grifter, I would say at this point, because of the Eagle God, you it would have enough movement to bring you back to where you could jump out of its arms back onto the platform if he so chose.
Thanks for the rescue, Coco.
Not a problem, Grifter. I suppose I could call you brother at this point.
That's gonna take some getting used to. No restrictions, Apotheosis?
None at all.
Well, then I'm sure you're not going to live to regret this. Full power, huh? No restrictions. No way to kill myself with my own ability. As Grifter's form starts to from the bottom, from his feet rising up, as Grifter starts becoming enveloped in darkness. This is going to be quite a pitch black occasion. And now a swirling vortex of shadow is now around Grifter, as it almost looks like he's somewhat floating just above the ground. Hairpin in hand. And he is going to, let's see, I have never done this before.
Okay.
I have no restriction on how this works because this was the ultimate gamble of a move. Let's see. If I hopped off, then I'm still able to make it over to him. And using, let's see. I'd probably have to do this as a bonus action next turn, since this was a bonus action to activate this. But effect number 1. Attack target within range for an automatic hit, dealing double damage.
Okay.
As I strike with the giant's hairpin. That would be 16.
Okay. Is this an auto hit?
Yes.
Okay. So, you plunge the giant's hairpin through Apotheosis, skewing his body, as you can feel his ribs starting to snap into place. And they actually close in on the giant's hairpin. "Oh, hello there, son," as he says down to this, looking downward to the sword.
As he's trying to talk, and be as menacing as possible, before he has a chance to close his mouth, I have an extra attack.
Okay, what are you doing?
Extra attack. Acid spray bottle in his mouth.
what?
That's a DC 14 Constitution save.
DC 15?
14 con save.
14, okay. Okay. So, as he falls, you see acid starting to pour from different parts of his body. It's obviously going through his flesh and onto the floor. So he's gurgling at this point.
And that is going to be Grifter's turn.
Okay. Neil and Bear. Well, I didn't want to piss off the god, but I guess this is what we're gonna have to work with. As he is going to pull out his own spinal piece and pierce Apotheosis through the eye socket. Rolling a natural 20.
Yeah!
He slams it through Apotheosis' eye and nails his head to the ground.
Ooh!
It's gonna be TL who can he reach? So, fun fact, TL also doesn't have any restrictions on his ability. Do you know what this means?
Oh my god!
TL can run over here, which he does, jumping from the Eagle God's arms, is going to tap this writhing Apotheosis on the back, and you're gonna see at full magnetic force him be pulled in this direction, slicing his skull in half through Neelam Bear's spinal piece.
Christ.
Flinging his body off the end of the map. And falling down the chasm.
T-yo! T-yo! T-yo!
Hey, Dustin, what the heck's that?
You see something flying off of the tower as it reaches towards the bottom and then instantly evaporates on the barrier.
Whatever it is dead now.
Should we be concerned about that?
I mean, it didn't look purple, ginger, or blue.
Right. So why
So we
was
don't
it
have
up there?
any worries.
Alright. Fair enough, I guess.
Going back to the top of the tower. Oh my god, what the hell was that?
Wait, what? As the shadows fade from Grifter.
So that was the god, the Bulu god king god guy?
Yeah, I think so.
It would seem
Boy.
so.
If I thought I was atheist before, sheesh.
Couldn't be more proud of you, brother. Brothers. And sister.
It's good. It's going to take a getting used to.
I never really had any siblings before.
I suppose if you think about it this way, TL, you always have, you just didn't know about it.
You know what? That is a good way to look at it.
So what now?
What
Well.
else?
What's to stop us from just flying down and getting off the platform?
I'm not sure, but something doesn't feel complete. There should be more to this. Or maybe it was all a lie from the get-go, I can't tell.
Well, obviously, he
me.
wasn't an actual god.
Yeah.
No, he was a king who would be god.
Men can do all kinds of crazy shit. And if you ask me, some of that power can make you feel godlike. Not saying it's real power, it's fabricated.
I wonder. I'm gonna look at this billboard-looking structure with Gyo.
Okay. You do so. There is Nin actually surrounding the structure.
Huh. Is there any writing on it, like the yellow writing?
Nope, no visual markings that you can see. If you want to find out more about it, you can roll me an investigation check.
Yes. That's an 18.
18. So you start like looking around the sides, and you actually start to notice seams all over this thing. And then it starts shaking.
Oh no.
As this thing opens up and you see all of these screens just unfolding. They look to be fabric in nature, but there's electrical current surging through all of them as it surrounds this entire circular platform. As you see static start to go on the outside, and you start to see images of Coco, Grifter, Seox, and Dustin. As you hear a narration over it. You know, it was quite simple, really. I didn't know when you would cross paths, but I knew it would happen eventually, so I bide my time. And then here we find out that 2 children of Etienne Bayer and the children of 2 former associates of his decided to participate in the Hunter exam. Very, very easy of me to shift around some scheduling, make a little acts of God occur, to where they would all be participating at the same time. Oh, you thought I was dead. And you're gonna see Apotheos's face just appear over each and every one of these screens. I'm afraid you're gonna have to try a little harder than that.
Tricky bastard.
Oh,
Question?
yes.
What's to stop us from just leaving?
Me? See, here's the
That-
funny thing. I need a single one of you to become a god. The offer's still on the table if you want to kill each other. Are you sure you don't want to kill each other?
We'd rather
Sir.
tear you limb from limb.
Oh, fair enough. Well, yeah, the thing is, I'm going to need one of you to survive, so we'll see what happens next. As you're gonna see all of these screens retract back into this billboard, and descending from the sky, you see Apotheosis reemerge and land in the middle, right next to TL, Oko, and Neelam. Oh. You know, Etienne was an idiot. He messed up on a couple crucial factors. But you know what? That man did know how to dress. Maybe I should try on for size. And you're gonna see him reach onto the top half of his mouth and the bottom half of his mouth, grabbing both his lower jaw and his, the upper part of his skull, and he is just going to peel back his entire face, going inside out. You guys don't see a skeleton, but eventually, as he peels himself out like a weird Ouroboros like sort of style, you would see him take the form of one Etienne Bayer. And hold on just a second as I change out his token real quick. Oh, look at me. I'm Etienne Bayer. I'm here to become God and totally not have my plans fudged up by my idiot children. Haha, look at my stupid little mustache. And he's gonna start pulling on the mustache.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with this, but you're only making us more inclined to want to kill you taking that appearance.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for. If you so choose, we can get back into initiative order.
Oh boy!
Unless if you guys want to reroll initiative, which is something you have the option to do.
I personally wouldn't mind.
I would
Okay.
like to keep my initiative. That's a pretty good
Okay.
score.
I want you to reroll your initiative, Scythe Bear.
That's an 11, better than it was.
Okay. So I'm gonna readjust. Nope, it already did it for me. Okay. I'm gonna keep all the NPCs initiative. And whose turn were we on last? That was TL's.
TL had just finished his turn.
Okay. You see the visage of somebody you've never seen before, Coco. One Etienne Bear standing in front of you. He, Dan, do you want to describe what Etienne looks like for everybody?
Etienne. So if you were to take, like, Grifter and Neelam's looks, but age it up in a bit of a noble, a very aristocratic manner, in about his earliest 50s, then the man did age well. It's charisma does flow in the Bayer genes, but obviously you look at this man and you instantly would distrust him because those eyes give him away, as well as that stupid mustache.
And see what my mom would have seen in you. That stupid caterpillar mustache.
It is quite itchy.
I would like to incite Apotheosis because he clearly wants us to keep attacking him.
Okay, roll insight check. 19.
19?
That is going to give you it. So, Apotheosis isn't letting you guys attack him for any ulterior motives. He is letting you attack him because he is not afraid of you. He doesn't think you can do anything to hurt him, and this is the equivalent of a cat playing with his food.
Okay. Well, I have got something stupid in mind, Betty.
Yes,
There are no restrictions on my abilities at the moment, correct?
correct.
Meaning what I have in mind won't harm me, and I can effectively also arrange it so that it doesn't harm anyone but him.
Correct.
Oh no!
I'm going to suck him into the black hole.
Okay. I want you to roll me a 1d100.
$39?
39. So, okay, I'm trying to think of how to calculate this. Go ahead, roll me another one. And then we'll go from there. Okay, so in total, that is like 92 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Describe to me how you are able to manipulate the black hole to target specifically Apotheosis, who's currently taking the form of Etion Bear.
So I am basically having it become like a laser focused point on one specific spot, kind of like a vacuum, like a vacuum cleaner.
Yes.
Only like super powered.
Okay, so you see him. Wait, what's going on? As he and his skin get like sucked in, as you see Etion's visage just spread apart into this hole that eventually dissipates into nothing.
Goodbye. You are no father of mine. The bushes.
And going to his turn, you, Coco, as you suck him into this black hole, you feel a breeze behind you. As in a flash of light, almost reversing what happened, but still visibly maintaining the damage, you see a Etion whose neck is cracked and limbs are mangled, and you just feel it snapping back into place. That was a neat trick. You know what? I want to try it. As Kokomoto,
Yes.
roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So this is what occurs this is what Grifter, TL, and Neelam Bayer see. You see your father's form, Etion Bayer. His entire body starts flailing around like putty as his mouth expands like to the size of a hula hoop, and then crashes into Coco, and then eventually envelops itself, making the two disappear completely. Coco, this is what you see. Before we go to Coco, actually, what's Grifter's reaction to this?
Ah! Abstract horror for one, but oh my god, if I actually had a reaction I could take, I would try to go right for that neck and crane it further.
Okay, well, we'll have to get back to that in a second. I'm gonna have to change the music. Coco.
You used the thing I drew.
I did use the thing you drew. So, Cable? If you can, just zoom into these two tokens. And I'm gonna play a song. Coco.
Yes.
You are very tired. But you feel a very warm feeling on your face as light rays catch your eyes. You wake up to see you're back in your old bedroom. You see your little brother. He fell asleep at your side, his head's just kind of resting on your arm. Everything's calm.
Hey, what is going on?
Snoring as obnoxiously as always.
She's gonna flick him on the forehead.
Ow!
Georgie, what are you doing in my room, you brat?
I got scared.
What are you scared about?
I had another nightmare and you've been gone for so long.
You haven't had nightmares in years, you silly boy.
I know, it's just you were doing all that dangerous stuff.
Well, so what?
I was worried that something bad happened to you.
Oh, that's sweet, but you know I can handle myself.
Oh, I think Mom wanted to talk to you.
Oh, great. What does she want this time?
You didn't seem angry. I think it's okay.
Still, she concerns me a lot.
I think she's in her study.
Fine.
You head to Charlotte's study?
Yes.
Okay. As you walk in, you see your mother. She's at her desk. She has a stack of papers that she's mowing through, but at a breakneck pace. And I'm gonna show everybody this wonderful art that you drew, Noodle.
Yay.
Can you describe what Charlotte Moto looks like to the audience?
Okay. Well, normally her eyes are green, but I made them red for the sake of this image for emphasis on evil intent. But she is, for all intents and purposes, she looks young, even though she's like in her 40s. She is as you can tell, a ginger blonde bombshell. And she radiates an aura of malice and like malcontent.
She's gonna stop writing for a second and look up real quick. Oh, hey there, honey. You can sit down.
What is it you want?
I know you've been worried about things recently.
She's not saying anything.
I've come to a decision. I think it's more important for you to go out in the world on your own and make your own decisions. I know someday you'll come back to the NGL and make the right decision, but your life is free to do with as you will. I give you my blessing.
Inside?
I don't know, insight check.
13.
Kind of uncharacteristic of her, but like you heard the bit of like she'll know that you'll come back to the NGL, which is a little bit more on track for her. Something about this situation is a little off, though.
Yeah, this doesn't add up. If you felt that way about me for, truly, you wouldn't have sent that letter saying that I am demanded to come home in 3 months.
Oh, honey, I wrote that letter over a year ago.
You
came
could
home
make
of
sure
your
it got
own-
to me a lot sooner. Something doesn't add up. I'm very, very suspicious of this.
No, sweetie. After all of the ordeals on the island, you decided that you should come back home. Do you not remember?
I don't remember saying any of that at all, and that's not something I would say.
Huh.
After all this time, after the way you've treated me, I've just been a tool to you, and I am very well aware of that.
Sweetie, if you think you've been a tool to me, what do you think your father thinks of you?
Yeah, I have concerns about that, by the way. Were you never going to tell me? Although then again, that is very up to you. You know, the way you behave anyway. I wouldn't put it past you. And also, who's that man who's been following me in the bush then?
Coco, roll me a Arcana or a Perception check of your choice.
No. Oh, is it a?
You know what? Because of something you said earlier, I'm going to give you advantage. Your mother's study is looking a little off. It's a lot more cozy than you remember. There's a lot more bookshelves and wood furnishings.
My mom is not the literate type. Not to say she can't read, she's just not into it. This does not add up.
Oh, would you say your mother is more the violent type?
You could say that.
Oh, well, let's go about it that way. As you see Charlotte Moto's voice start to change, and you turn around to see a wall of gun barrels pointed in your direction. I want you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
That's more like it. Hi, Mom!
Natural 20.
So, you're going to negate all this damage as all of the sudden, as you see all of these firearms pointed in your direction, you do not lose any of the guile you brought in, not guile, any of the guts that you brought into this fight. And we're going to take you back here. As Coco,
Yes.
you reappear over here. Actually, he would be here. As you appear from nothing. And Grifter, it's only been like a second, but you see another flash of light as Coco falls and lands on her feet.
What?
This is where you messed up horribly, Apotheosis. My mother is not the kind, caring type.
I guess I need to take better notes then. Who's next?
True.
She's gonna shout out to everybody.
Hey, he's gonna try some kind of funky shit with you. Don't believe anything he says.
Noted.
Not Neil. Grifter, it's your turn.
Alrighty. I'm gonna attempt something. Okay, I'm gonna have to use cunning action to get over there. Here I come. Oh, wait! Vroom! Well, striking you down didn't work. Then maybe we can attempt something like this. And I'm going to attack this electrical bit here. Let's see, what to use. Let's just roll a handy shadow stab.
Okay.
There's a 14 hit this electrical rod.
A 14 is gonna hit this electrical rod.
Sydney's how he was trying to power that billboard and appearing through it and everything. Let's cut the power.
Okay. So you see sparks start to fly everywhere as you hear gears and gadgets just like smashing into each other, and wheels that should be turning start to cease. As this entire area is made completely dark for the time being. There's still a little light coming from the outside environment, we'll say.
Okay, how damaged is this rod?
It's pretty fucking damaged. It's not something that can be easily repaired.
Cool. Then let's make sure it doesn't get repaired. I'm gonna attack it a second time to outright break it.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That's a 20.
Roll damage.
Another 10. I'm severing those cables.
So I'm gonna mark this as you slice through this rod, making it completely ineffective.
Hopefully my theory holds true. And that is Grifter's turn. So what's Neelam planning?
Oh, you're right about one thing, brother. He's certainly a lot more stabbable now.
Isn't he so?
And Neelam is going to run up and puncture Etienne Bear in the heart. And deal a good chunk of damage that I'm going to write down for my own purposes. TL, I don't like any of what's going on right now.
Not gonna lie, it's a bad situation.
I'm just gonna be on my guard.
Good move.
Coco.
Yes.
It is your turn.
Okay. Will, I have a question for you, Batty.
Yes.
Does my no limitations extend to the range at which my gods can be separated from me?
Yes.
Okay. So I am going, as a free action, can I go ahead and ask TL something?
Yep.
TL, do you want to leave?
Kind of, but I think I need to stay here.
Hey, if you're sure.
I can take care of myself. But thank you.
I'm just saying, like, this is getting pretty wacky.
It is.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep it classy. So
Okay.
I'm going to go over to Mr. Etienne.
Yes.
We're gonna go do some knuckle punches.
Hey!
Okay. What is that? That's a 20. That's gonna hit.
Okay.
And okay. 8 damage total.
Okay, I can do that again.
That's gonna hit. That's 8 more damage. So you just start as you look at Neelam pinning Ession down for the moment. You just start laying into him with your spiked knuckles. Basically, you collapse his leg in on itself.
Nice. I'm not done yet either. I still got Eagle God.
You still do have Eagle God.
I'm gonna move them into position here. And let me see. Da-da-da-da. I think you mistyped something on the Eagle God sheet, Batty.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try it.
Gale Slash. Okay, that's gonna hit.
Oh, it says Dragonfly.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's because this is a Dragonfly God ability, but the Eagle God by nature has all of the other Guardian's abilities.
Oh!
Shit.
Okay. Yeah, no, Eagle God don't fuck around. Any creature within that line gets hit. Okay, for 25 slashing. So, as you break Etion's leg and Neelam's holding him in place, the Eagle God flies by, bisecting Etion, sending half of his body propelled. Actually, which way is the Eagle God attacking?
I would say diagonally across away from the rest of us.
Okay, yep. Just flies, half his body flies in this direction, while the other one's still held in place by Neelam. Is that all you're gonna do on your turn? Is there anything else you can do?
I mean, by God, he has been cut in half, so I guess that's all I'm doing.
You just cut a man in half. Nothing major.
No big deal or nothing.
No big deal or nothing. And so as Etion is cut in half, somehow he's still talking. Well, this is gonna make things more difficult. And he is going to spin around. You look inside Etion. The inside of his body is hollow. It's almost like this gray putty-like substance, and it's gonna flip around and wrap around Neelam Bayer as he is going to get sucked in to his own vision world as you see Neelam Bayer disappear. Actually, so this is something just for the players, essentially. Your characters can't actually see this, but you would see Neelam Bayer, a young Neelam Bayer, roughly somewhere between 10 and 13 years old. And there is a woman standing behind him. I am going to show you the art. Dan, do you want to describe Lannis Bayer and what she looks like for everybody?
Lannis Bayer? Well, she is a woman of high society and class. Strikingly beautiful woman with piercing sapphire eyes, who, well, don't know why she would have agreed to this. It was probably a matter of family, like forced her into it to marry Etion Bayer. She's not a bad woman, but my God, that she had to deal with a lot.
You're gonna see a younger Etion sitting at a dining room table. Lannis has her hands grappled behind Neelam's chair, or a young Neelam Bayer rather. She's gonna have her hands behind Neelam's chair as you're gonna hear again. And you're gonna see Neelam frantically trying to rearrange the silverware in a proper order. It was 88 degrees off. Do it again. Mother, we've been here for an hour again. And you're gonna see him keep rearranging the silverware until it's right. It goes on again and again and again, and every time Neelam messes up somehow, either he puts the spoon where the fork should be or the fork where the spoon should be. Some of the time, not everything's aligned. He didn't make the right layout for the right meal. And you're gonna see Neelam throw his arms across the table, sending all the forks and knives in place flying as you hear the plate break apart and the silverware clatter against each other. I can't do this. Why do I have to put so much effort into this? I'm a child. Neelam. Lannis is going to get on her knee to stare him in the eye. You are a bear. Not only are you a bear, you're my son. And out of all of your brothers and sisters, you need to be the example. I don't understand. You need to be example for everyone else. And you're gonna see Neelam start to tear up a little bit. Or I could do this, and you're gonna see Lannis take one of the knives and slit Neelam's throat as. Neelam is going to appear to the side of Coco, not where he was originally, and he's gasping at his throat, and then he's just looking bug-eyed, and then he's just filling around, and he realizes he's not bleeding.
What did I tell you? I said not to trust anything he says.
Yes, I can see that now! Grifter, just kill this thing already!
I'm working on it!
Oh, that was more fun than I expected. Oh, you're interesting. Looks over at TL. Yeet! Grifter, it's your turn.
Okay. Well. Okay. I'm going for these power rolls. I'm not sure if they're actually going to do anything or not, but if he's appearing to that billboard, maybe he can keep coming back from the static. I don't know, but... Decisions. The hell with it! Once again, rah! Darkness enveloping Grifter.
Okay.
Out of the way, TL!
TL falls over.
And I am going to go for What move can I use against him? I'm going to go for move number 3. He's going to have to make a... You know what? No, I'm not going to go for that. I'm going to go for the tried and true. We're going for the auto hit. Let's see. This time I'm hitting him with the actual power of Pitch Black itself. 4d6 damage.
Okay. Roll the bones.
That'd be 20 thanks to the crit power.
Okay. So, describe how you're attacking him right now.
So, coming after him, surrounded once again in shadow, it's gonna look like tendrils are coming out of Grifter's back and all slamming directly into Etienne.
You're gonna hear a thud produce off of his body. How much damage was that in total?
20.
20, okay. Ah! Looks like my boy hit harder than I thought.
I put better people than you in the ground.
I was worried you'd grow up to be a pansy like your brother.
You know, I probably would have been happier if I did. Never did any of this. You. And you. Follow-up shot.
Okay.
I am going to once again go for the hairpin. It's like, why don't you talk to your real son? I'm sure he has plenty to say to you. That's a 14. It's probably gonna miss.
14. In this form, it's gonna hit.
Oh, I see. 11 piercing.
Okay. Okay. So you slice into Etienne Apotheosis. You managed to cleave one of his ears off.
A piercing does wonders.
Well, maybe you should take your own advice.
What's
And are you gonna do it? Do you have anything else you can do?
No, that was action bonus action.
So Neelam's gonna take a breather because he just thought he got murdered. And it's yelled at, Grifter, what should I do?
See if you can break apart one of those rods.
Okay. Yellow's going to try something. He's not going to touch the rod itself because he doesn't want to electrocute himself, but he is going to touch... he's going to lean over the side and touch the base of where the rod is connected to. He's going to run over here and touch the base of this, and he's going to jump out of the way as this rod is going to start breaking through this area. And I'm going to mark it for you guys. It's going to start breaking through this area of the cylinder as it just slams upward and then starts falling down. I want everybody on the ground, if you can hear me, to roll me dex saves.
Oh
no! We can get to what happens with that in a second. Coco, it's your turn.
Well, okay then. So, let's see here. I am also going to... 1 second. Nah, this will be fine. I am going to have Eagle God do this.
Okay.
Hmm?
16 is gonna hit.
Oh, Jesus. But no, actually, before we do that, it's gonna get into line here first. But that way it doesn't hit anybody else. It's gonna go in a straight line towards Etienne.
Okay. So you're gonna see this wall of lightning emerge as Etienne Bayers is struck down the middle, and you see the bones and muscles start to spasm and the flesh starting to melt off the body.
Daddy Eagle God is my new favorite.
Yeah, Eagle God's pretty fucking good.
Okay. So that's all it can do, but Coco has other plans for today. Let's see. Go right here. We are gonna follow up with the street light. Daddy?
21 is gonna hit.
Okay.
Okay, so taking advantage of this spasming Etienne, you deliver a swift blow to the stomach, and further electrocute this creature. As it is.
I can do that again.
Okay, roll more damage.
We're just like curb stomping it at this point.
Coco delivering a powerful manifesto with that streetlight.
Damn it.
Thank you, Dan.
God damn it.
Let me add that into the calculator real quick. Okay. So Etienne Bayer is right now a bubbling puddle of peaches and purplish liquid on the ground right now. Is there anything else Coco does?
I have a stupid idea since I don't have any like limitations on this at the moment.
Yeah.
We are bringing out the Chimera Ant.
I will say the one limitation that you still have is you can have one at a time. But if you so choose, you
I
can
see.
desummon your eagle.
Okay. Well, in that case, then no. Can you please
Okay.
erase?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. Okay. Well, here's Apotheosis' turn again. It's currently a puddle of goo, but the funny thing about a puddle of goo, it somehow can move, and it decides to shift under TL. And give me a moment while we change the music real quick.
Yo! TL!
C fucking L. Okay. So. So, you're gonna see TL, a much younger TL, similar to what we saw with Neelam. At this point, he's about 8 or so. He's coming back home to his apartment after a long day of school. Just casually unlocks the door by himself, closes the door, turns the oven on, and walks into the living room. Laying on the bed, with her face covered, you would see this woman that I'm going to show the audience. She's very thin, so thin that you can actually kind of see her bony like structure poking its way in some areas. A blonde lady with very dark circles under her eyes. She looks very skittish, but also isn't of the healthiest persuasion. And is clutching her arm. She's shaking at this moment. And as part of TL's afternoon routine, he just gives her a little push on the back. And you hear, I'm awake. I'm awake. TL's gonna sigh and go back to making his lunch. We go to the next day. Same routine. This time, this woman isn't moving. TL rushes over to his mother and pushes her again. It takes a couple of pushes, but eventually... I'm awake. I'm sorry. TL, relieved, goes back to making his lunch, and this cycle repeats over and over and over. Until one day, TL walks home. He opens the door. The room is very different. It's a lot nicer than the previous apartment that he was staying at. There's a lot of moderately elegant furnishings within this location. And he instinctually walks to the living area where there's nobody on the couch. And he starts freaking out for a second. But then he sees his mother wearing her uniform already in the kitchen making lunch for him for his day after school. It seems like everything's nice as Alice has started to get clean. She has a stable job. Her employer is very nice. And he even gets to stay at their mansion. But one day, TL comes home after school, and his mother is no longer there. So, back on the ground, Seox, you're running towards the barrier full force with the spinal piece in hand. You slam into this barrier where you feel all of your self is suspended for a moment as you are almost like a rubber band thrown back. Despite how hard you were holding the spinal piece, it manages to slip through your hand. And as you think it's like it was the force that did it, even though you were holding on to it super tight, you notice it reaches the center of the elevator shaft and starts flying upwards.
Wait, what? No, I wanted that. God damn it. Okay, this got complicated now.
Can Christopher make an appearance?
Christopher can.
Okay. Permit me, I would like the candy kiss to be right here.
Yeah, we'll say the candy kiss is right there.
Okay. Christopher wants to come out, and he is going to look around. Hot damn. He is going to make a beeline straight for Darrow. Hey there.
Hey.
Got a bit of a question for you.
I'm listening.
Oh, well, that's good. So, I'm going to need some of your help, but I have to ask you a thing right before that. Christopher is going to pull out a gun. He's going to casually point it at Darrow and go, I made a promise. I keep promises. But this is a weird situation. So I'm going to ask you very kindly. Are you a dog? And then he's going to flip the gun around and hand the handle to Darrow. Or are you a man?
I don't know where you're getting at this, but he's gonna grab the gun.
Okay.
I ain't a dog.
Good man. Alright. By the way, gun's empty. Come help me. Dustin, you too.
Follows along.
Something's going on with that tower. I'm not liking it.
You're telling me.
And besides, looking over at Darrow, you got someone up there that you need to protect, and, well, I'm contracted to protect someone up there. Christopher's going to go into the Candied Kiss for a brief moment. And with Darrow's help, Patty, I would like to pull something out.
Okay, what are you gonna pull out?
I am going to pull out the anti-tank cannon.
Oh. Okay. Where are you going to aim that thing?
Well, considering there's a bunch of those pylons that are all the way up there, probably want to aim for one of those, wouldn't you say?
Well, I guess taking those down wouldn't hurt anything.
Seems like they're targeting it. So something's going on.
Okay.
If you got a better idea, I'd like to hear it.
Honestly, my idea was just pissing around till the best outcome presented itself, which honestly I'm kind of doubtful of this at this point, but Kamakiri promised me, so.
Alright. We keep our promises. Anyways, Dustin, you with me on this?
As if you even had to ask.
Alright. Everyone else, you're probably going to want to move away from this thing, because shit's going to start falling.
As you say that, one of the pylons comes crashing down. Based off the checks that you rolled earlier, none of it hits anybody. It basically crashes behind everybody except a single gear bonks Dustin in the head. But he only takes 3 points of damage, so it's fine.
Damn it!
This is why we move away. Tombo, if you want to get up there and start looking around, that would be appreciated, but otherwise, please move away. Alright. Dustin, help me aim this thing. It shouldn't be too hard. I have some experience.
Alright.
Alright, we are going to fire a cannon at one of those weird pylons.
Okay.
I get my scope out, I start reading the winds in the area.
Do
Just make
you
sure
want
directly on target.
do you want Christopher to roll with advantage, or do you want Dustin to roll with advantage? Because you both are helping each other, but one person has to make the roll.
You know what? I'll let the boy pull the trigger.
Oh god, what do I do for that? That just be my fucking...
Yes, just roll a normal attack. Roll a normal attack. Jack, you there?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Like, what do you mean by normal attack? Just
roll a dexterity and add your proficiency to it.
And you got advantage, so thank God.
That is a 20. Oh wait, what's your
21.
Oh, okay, 21. You guys are gonna hit this thing. I want you to roll me for this specifically. Roll me 4d20. That's going to be enough. You send another one of the pylons crashing down as this entire area becomes jagged and cracked and broken.
I'm gonna holler over the radio in case those who are up there can hear and go, "You got some support down below. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. Thank you very much."
Okay. We're gonna move back to everybody else. To Coco and Grifter. And it comes through for a second, Grifter. But you hear Christopher over the radio say something about, like, keep your hands and feet, something, support.
Crazy old man.
As we re-enter an initiative for you guys, you see Etienne reappear behind you as TL has a hollow look in his eyes, but he seems relatively unscathed.
Okay. TL, you with us still?
He's gonna shake his head. I'm good.
Okay. One more to try. And I can make it there with my full movement. And I'm going to try to attack this pylon with pitch black.
Okay. Roll hit.
Let's see. Using a pitch black first effect, auto hit.
Okay.
Ooh, and that, yeah, 46. 46 crit. That is 26.
26 points of damage. Okay. Is this the first one? Yes, the first one. Okay, it's still up currently.
All right. Second attack. Gonna hit it with a shadow. Where'd it go? I know I see you on my sheet. Where'd you go? There you are. That's a 26 to hit. That was almost a crit.
26.
Another 11 attacking it with the shadow.
So basically what occurs is you hit the mass with your pitch black ability, as shadows just barrage onto the main structure of this entity, but it remains still hanging due to the strings. Just quickly with Shadow's stab, you take out the rest of the wires, and it comes barreling down as the last pylon is destroyed.
Okay. There goes the power. Now, all that's left is the screens. And that is his turn.
Neelam is going to spend his turn making another attack at Etienne, but Etienne's actually going to move out of the way of this attack as Neelam fumbles. His anger is getting the best of him, you could probably tell. TL still trying to collect himself. Coco, what are you doing?
Well, I am going to do something hopefully quite good. I am going to have the Eagle God basically attack it with the intent of pushing Etienne off the tower.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll allow you to do this. I want you to roll the attack. What attack specifically do you want to use?
I want to use Gale Slash again.
Okay, roll me athletics check with the Eagle God on top of that.
Okay. It's got pretty good athletics.
Okay, roll Gale Slash. $21. Okay. I'm gonna say that's gonna be enough. Go ahead and roll damage for me also.
25.
25. That is very good for right now. So you basically knock Etienne as he is too distracted with Neelam, as he starts barreling. His body is just flapping in the wind as he falls over and starts falling. Is there anything else you do on your turn?
Well, he is in fact falling at the moment, yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. This is for the audience's sake. You would see Etienne's body start to reform again, and it is going to latch itself to the side of the structure and wiggle its way around the side. And Grifter, as you're looking down at your victory of taking out the last pylon, you see something quickly jump out at you. And we are going to go to the final one of these events. Grifter, I want you to put yourself on the map.
Okie dokie. This must be what Coco was talking about.
Hold on just a moment, real quick, as I get something set up. Okay, so, Grifter. You are standing back in the Bayer Mansion. You're looking to be exactly how you are now. Nothing's changed. You're still wearing your dingy bomber jacket with your torn up t-shirt. And you even still have some of the soot. Sorry. You have some of the soot from the collapsed land masses from around you. You are moving through the mansion. It's completely empty. And the further you walk throughout it, the further it seems to fade away. Not as if it was being destroyed, but almost like you're going into the reverse of the construction process. You see wallpapers being rolled up. You see wooden boards being removed from posts. And eventually, you would see no one except two people standing in an empty field. One of them is Etienne Bear, and one of them is this woman that I'm going to show to players. She's not too tall. A little bit on the shorter end. She has kind of currently disheveled brown hair. She wears flannel clothing, and she has a ruler, a small little ruler that she just keeps tucked into the side of her ear. That looks like it also functions as a pencil. She has very dark circles under her eyes. It looks like she hasn't gotten a wink of sleep in a while. And she's just talking to Etienne. What I have planned, I think you're gonna like. We're gonna set up some a reading area over in this, and she's just like motioning to a different plot of land. Maybe a library over here or something over. You're sure you can get this done within the year? I mean, normally a construction project of this size would, maybe take a little bit longer. This is a very big place, but I'm sure we could get it done. How about 6 months? And she's just gonna look at him and scratch the back of her head. Yeah, I'm sure we could do it in 6 months. Okay, deal. It's nice meeting with you, Miss Pine, was it? Yeah. Nice meeting you, Mr. Bayer. And she's gonna like enthusiastically shake his head. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll make you the best mansion I can. And you're gonna see this woman, with the aid of her construction crew, work tirelessly to get this mansion built. You see moments where a wall falls over and they have to restart the construction process all over again. You see many sleepless nights where this woman is just falling asleep at her desk. Each passing day, her skin grows more pale. You can tell she's more jittery, but she keeps pressing on because she doesn't want to let down the nice man that gave her this opportunity. Eventually, one night in her apartment, her husband starts arguing with her, but she doesn't have the energy to say anything in her defense. He walks out. She knows she's been putting her job above anything else, but again, this could be her big break. Making something so extravagant for such a well-known person could mean everything to her future career. And right before the final knell is driven into the Bayer mansion, you see this woman at her desk. But she doesn't wake up this time. Grifter?
Yes.
You see, as you're standing in this woman's apartment, Apotheosis is behind you. I didn't really have any clever changes to this one. I just thought it would be fair if you saw the entire thing for yourself.
I've seen this woman before. Huh. And here I thought you were gonna try some clever trick of showing my siblings or anything else, or my father scolding me, and try to attack me using one of them.
Nope, just your mother.
Excuse me.
Oh, you didn't realize. Oh, I probably should have not skipped the pregnancy scene. Hold on. Do you want me to reverse things for a moment?
So... And now even more truth comes out.
You are the Prince of Toil, after all.
Everything. Always working against me. Having to struggle my way upwards. Constantly. Scraping by. Everyone always throwing things at me. Trying to bring me down, including you, you walking pile of trash. You think this sort of revelation is going to break me down? Unfortunately for you, she came to me first.
He's gonna actually look
wish...
genuinely confused when you say that.
I wish I had met you, was her words to me.
How heartwarming.
Well, let's see how you feel about the rage of a son and a mother's love striking you right now. And I'm going to stab him.
Okay. Roll the hit.
Do I have the hairpin with me?
You do.
23.
Where do you stab this man?
I'm gonna stab him in the side. The toil spot.
You feel him recoil for a moment. I don't like unexpected third parties getting involved.
Well, tough! I've been dealing with that for years!
So you have.
Think this is anything new to me? Try dealing with this every night for 4 years!
I'm dealing with this every night. For over 1,000 years. Do you know how long I've been trapped here?
Well, I'd say that was your own stupid fault with this whole cycle of religion, whatever it was you were all starting here. Wanting to achieve godhood.
I did it. I just... Godhood has a price.
Godhood has a price. Stuck in the back of a giant beetle.
Yes. And if you were to relieve me of this, you could have this power all for yourself.
And be stuck here too.
Only, well, yes. But, if you don't want the honors, I have a different contingency plan on the way.
Of course you have contingency plans. You have been planning this for quite a while, getting everyone together. Every single sibling, including the one not here.
Well, let's go say hi to brother. And he is going to pull you back as we are going to commence in the end game. Hold on just a moment. So, Grifter, you appear over yonder, while Apotheosis, which at this point is Apotheosis again, appears over in this direction. And coming through the top, you would see Rigard emerge. Now, the thing to note here is that Rigard is still wearing the mask. You know this is Rigard from Christopher's descriptions. But, well, looks like everybody made it this far. But, sorry, my ace in the hole has arrived, so it's going to be interesting seeing how this turns out. Oh, by the way, he is going to wave his hand. He is currently holding the Giant's Hairpin, Grifter.
Damn you!
How about we make this a little bit fair? Teams of 2, I would assume? Oh, wait, where are my manners? He is going to snap his fingers and he's going to split in half. One half is going to reform as Apotheosis, and the other is going to take the form of Etion. And at this point in time, Coco and Grifter, you notice a shift as soon as they split apart. The entire arena for you, Coco, inverts completely. And from where you're standing, Neelam, Grifter, Etion, and Rigard all are this very hazy mist. You can't really see them. You can see TL and you can see Apotheosis, but nobody else you can see. It's very weird. You can kind of make out where they are, and for Grifter, your perspective, Coco, TL, and Apotheosis are blurs. You can no longer see the Giant's Hairpin, and you can only see your father and Rigard. For this next phase, you two will be separated, and I'm going to adjust some things real quick, so excuse me. Oh, hold on. Layer token. Are you still there?
I'm still here. Hi.
Okay, just making sure. So we're going to quickly shift over to Coco and TL real quick. So
Whoa.
You notice yourselves in this strange little distortion. As you see Apotheosis, and you're going to see he's holding the giant's hairpin. And you know what? It's kind of unfair that I'm going to have to fight the two of you. Maybe let's make things a little bit more even, shall we? And you're going to see him snap his fingers. Coco, I want you to roll me a strength saving throw.
Oh, joy. No! 13.
13, okay. Let me roll something. Coco, you feel Tell's spinal piece start to lift from your hands as it starts flying towards Apotheosis. You see Tell's spinal piece flying to Apotheosis's hands, and just as about when it's about to make its way towards him, you see something's holding it back. You see Tell actively holding the spinal piece from getting to Apotheosis. I don't know how much longer I can hold this.
Tail!
Help me grab it.
I'm coming!
Okay, and I'm gonna put Tell on the map, and you're actually gonna be able to control her token.
Hey.
Okay. See if you can move her real quick.
Yes, I can. Okay.
Okay, sweet. Troublesome daughter. Anyways, guess that doesn't matter at this point. 7 will do. Well, 6. Forgot about the other one. And you're gonna see all of the spinal pieces, some that you didn't even know were anywhere near you at this moment, and including the one that Seox was holding, start to converge as a shadowy figure emerges from the giant's hairpin. And I'm going to show you the Prince of Toil.
Damn!
Ooh.
As you see this shadowy figure hold out multiple different swords. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Cutting back to our friends over on the other map. Oh, God. I really don't like this.
Really good.
Oh, are you ready for the unmasking? I'm gonna say it's Etienne saying that. And you're gonna finally get to see Rickard's face after all this time as he pulls off the mask. And I'm gonna show you more art. As you see your little brother, last time you saw him, he was a lot younger. He's a teenager now, but there's a dead look in his eyes. You see scarring on the sides of his face. And you see some sort of weird cut going across his head that has some sort of spiritual dragon-looking entity leaking out from it. Oh, finally, a Bayer family reunion.
Neelam.
Yes.
I can't kill him. Not him.
I don't expect you to.
We can get rid of Father here. Maybe whatever that is coming out of Rick will disappear.
Oh. You really are naive. No, what we need to do is focus on that. And Neelam is going to point with his spinal piece, which he realizes isn't there anymore. It's like, oh, God damn it. He's going to point with his finger, and you're going to see the only spinal piece that's left on your side of the map is a broken scabbard that's just a handle that is strapped to Rigard's side.
Wait! He has one! We have a chance.
I figure if we destroy that thing, whatever's in his head will leave him alone.
Perfect.
Okay. So, the next, going into the next section, does everybody want to reroll initiative, or do you want to keep your initiative rolls?
Well, mine got erased. I don't remember what it was.
You'll be able to see it on the next screen. I think you
Okay.
will.
You had a really high roll.
Yeah, I'm not gonna re-roll that then in that case.
Okay. Just in case.
I'll see if I can do better than an 11. Or not.
Okay, and that one. That's fun. Okay. Cool. So, just making sure I have turns in order, and I'll make everybody else go on Apotheosis's turn. Okay, that's fine.
So,
Sorry if this is a long sequence, it's just there's a lot to get through.
I have something I want to try when
Yes.
it comes to mine and TL's turn.
Okay.
This is going to be kind of fucking stupid.
You know what? It's yours and TL's turn right now. So,
Okay. I would like to see if we can combine our actions. What I'm going to do
Yes.
is, first and foremost, of course, I'm going to bring back Eagle God because they're my Oh, Jesus Christ. What has happened? Oh, no. I accidentally clicked something. Give me a second. I'm going
Okay.
to summon Eagle God.
Yes.
And I'm going to go to TL and it'll be like,
TL, I'm gonna need you to trust me on something. I wanna try this.
Okay.
We need to combine our abilities. We're going to use electromagnetism.
Electromagnetism?
Yes.
What are we gonna do with electromagnetism?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot a beam of electricity at that weird gray mass thing. I want you to attach your magnetism along the sides of it. We're going to pull it, all of those swords at once if we can.
So where you want me to put my magnets down?
You are going to attach your magnets to the lightning.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay. We're going to try to pull the swords away.
Okay. So, I'm gonna say TL's gonna hold his action. You want him to hold his hands out, right?
basically what I want him to do is to target all of the swords,
Yes.
as many as he can, and we're going to time this with the lightning shot.
Okay, so you want him to actually try to reach out and touch the swords.
Not touch the swords so much as try to pull them away.
To pull something away, he has to place a magnet on an object.
Okay. Well, I mean, my lightning's going to touch the swords, and then he's going to attach the magnetism to the lightning.
Okay.
So
Actually-
it's not him touching, it's me.
Wait a second. Actually, no, yeah, he can do something. Okay. So, you're gonna see no limitations TL. You would actually see this, Coco, him launching his, magnetic putty, we're gonna call it, at all of the swords, and I'm gonna need to roll me a dex check.
Because I am technically assisting, does it get advantage?
Well, he already rolled a nat 20, so that doesn't even matter.
Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna say for that he's gonna be able to actually hit all the swords on this turn.
Hell yeah.
But yeah.
Including tails, I hope.
Yes.
Okay.
Coco, it's your turn.
Okay. Bam.
Okay. So you're striking the swords, but it'll also pull it back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're combining our action. I am attacking as to attach the electricity to the swords. And then he's, with our combined action, he's going to be pulling them back.
Okay. So you're pulling the swords to you?
Yes.
I want you to roll damage.
33.
Okay.
There is something else I wanted to mention as well, because I hadn't adjusted this yet. Is my hit point still 38?
No, you would have gotten a full rest.
Okay, good.
Yes, don't worry about that. So yeah. I'm gonna say with that, you pull all of the swords towards the Eagle God. I actually need to roll something for TL. TL doesn't get skewered. Good thing. So as you strike all the swords, you notice their auras start to like fluctuate wildly. And the giant's hairpin is able to still stay where it once was, with the creature that is enveloping it, keeping it tied to the ground for the moment.
Also, if I can,
Yes.
because I do have tail as an action, I would like to see if she can get a hold of her own sword, because she should have governance over her own actions.
Okay. I'll say she has her own sword.
Okay, good.
Okay. Is that all you're doing for your turn?
A wheel? Is that all I'm allowed to do? Because I recognize that was
I don't
kind
think
of
you.
a lot.
I don't think you used your like personal action, because that seemed like it was all the Eagle God stuff. Unless if like you're purposely just trying to help out TL.
Yeah, I am going to stick around because I think that's probably the best for TL, but I also want to move right about here.
Okay.
Just to try to prevent any sword activity.
Okay. Well, it is going to be the giant's hairpin's turn. And it is going to move forward. And it is just going to try to beat the shit out of you. How does a nat 1 sound?
That sounds adorable.
So I'm going to roll severity for it real quick in game because it's fun. Okay, so this shadowy figure, it very bestial and large and human at the same time. But you see all of these different arms like erupting behind it, these foggy, misty arms, and they all rush towards you, trying to rip you apart, but you're able to swiftly jump out of the way before it tries anything.
Okay then.
Oh, come on, son. I thought I trained you better than this. You know what? This is why you ended up the way you did. No surprise. Well, yes. I'm gonna have to take care of business myself. And he is going to start walking over to Tell. And you're gonna hear a large gulp come from an ethereal dead girl that you did not realize could feel fear until this moment. Well, you did, but you get the idea.
Yes.
We're going to go back over to Neelam and Grifter.
I don't suppose you have any way to destroying it, do you?
I think just hitting it a lot will suffice. Have you ever tried to destroy the giant serpent?
No.
Neither mine with my blade. I guess it's time to see how resilient these things are. And Neelam is going to move forward, but it is going to proc a reaction, and I'm going to need to roll a dexterity saving throw for Neelam. You're going to see him jump out of the way as a glowing green orb scrapes, leaving a large streak across this entire platform, and it burns off the edge of Neelam's boot as he steps back at the last second. Well, better be careful. And I'm going to say for the rest of his action, he's going to dodge. Grifter, what are you doing?
So that's the orb I heard about. Christopher warned me about that. Well, I'm going to see if I can rush up to him then. Am I still in pitch black?
Yes.
Interesting. Ah!
Okay.
And looking at the face of my brother and then quickly just having to look away and look down at his spinal piece. Let's see how resilient you actually are. Pitch black effect 1. Auto hit.
Okay.
Let's attack. Let's shadow tendrils. For 30.
30. Okay. So, your shadow envelops the sword of nothing, the spinal piece of nothing, and as you do, a blast of radiant light comes over you. You see the sword start to crack further, but you need to roll me a strength saving throw.
Of course. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 10.
Okay. You are propelled backwards 30 feet, and you take 25 points of radiant damage as pitch black is temporarily disabled.
Is there a chance to uncanny dodge the radiant damage?
Yes, you can. You shield your eyes
God.
at the last second, but still.
But yeah, that shadow is evaporated off me at the moment.
Yes, and you are still back here.
Okay, that wasn't fun.
I would be more concerned about the green orb that's spinning around. I don't know how fast he's able to do it. If I can, I'm going to keep that off of you. You just focus on the sword.
I'll do my best. Am I still able to take my second attack?
Yes, I don't see why not.
Cool. Yeah, he's in range. I have a ranged attack I can actually make.
Okay.
As I'm aiming for the sword. And I'm gonna shoot it. Come
Okay.
on, Luger. That's an 18.
18 does not hit the sword.
Damn.
As you see the same green aura that's in that orb instantly envelops Rickard's body, and the bullet evaporates upon contact.
Well.
With that, it's gonna be their turn, and you're gonna see Etienne Bear, at least what you know to be Apotheos is pretending to be Etienne, is going to run up directly to you and kick you in the stomach very hard. As your 19 hits you, if I'm not mistaken.
Is this with or without being able to use Advanced 10?
This I'm gonna say is without advanced 10.
Without Advanced 10, it hits me.
Okay. You're gonna take 8 points of bludgeoning damage
Yikes.
as you start coughing up blood. Oh, but you gave it such a nice try.
Could keep on trying, you miserable bastard.
Okay. With that, we're going to switch back over to Coco and TL. You currently are surrounded by swords. A lot of them are currently being held by the eagle in its grip. And Coco, you see a large shadowy beast that is the personification of the giant's hairpin barreled down at you.
Hey, well, I have something spicy I want to try here, Batty.
Yes.
Hey, Prince! I have something I want to say to you. I know what it's like to feel like a tool being used by your parents. You more literally than I would expect. But even I know that you don't have to be treated this way. Are you just gonna let your dad use you the way he wants? Or are you just going to choose your own way in life? That's what I certainly did.
Roll me a persuasion check.
9.
Its face conveys no emotion as it's getting ready for its next set of strikes, as it lifts up its arms again, looking to crush you.
Well,
It would be TL's turn currently, and he would... is there anything you want me to do right now, or...?
If you can, get the swords out of here.
How do I do that? Do you want me to destroy them?
Yes? Except for tails, don't do that.
I don't know if I can do that unless if I grab one of the swords and... He's just gonna pick up the sword that he's been wielding all this time, or he's kept on his person. Huh. And a nat 20 is a nat 20.
God damn,
Let's-
TL.
Let's see how much damage. It's gonna be a fuck enough. TL is going to destroy the sword with this sword that he's willing. And you're gonna start seeing energy flow into the sword that TL used to destroy the other sword with. And he's gonna, like, look as this aura is glowing. Coco, I think I did something!
Well, whatever you did, keep doing that.
Okay! Coco,
Yes.
What are you doing currently?
Will. I am noticing that apparently swords can be destroyed with other swords. As an experiment, I will pick up one of the ones I have no idea what they are,
Okay.
and I will use it to attack Giant's Hairpin.
Okay. Go ahead and hit.
With what?
Roll me a strength check, and I'll add up the damage based off of the sword you hit it with.
Okay. 18?
18. 18's gonna hit
Yeah.
with this sword, yes. And you're going to deal quite a considerable amount of damage as you swing through the giant hairpin's body, and you actually start to see the sword crack as this creature reels back for a moment.
I am also going to shout out to Tail.
Tail, if you can, get out of there.
He's right there!
Don't worry, I'm coming.
Okay. Are you gonna do anything with the Eagle God?
Eagle God has got a lot of swords on his person. I am thinking of something spicy once again, Batty.
Yes.
How many swords is the eagle holding?
Currently the Eagle would be holding only 2, because
Only 2?
TL destroyed 1, TL's holding 1, and you're holding 1.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can have Eagle God attack, actually, I'm going to have it support Tail because she's in trouble. So we're going to go for Mr. Apotheosis.
Okay.
With, I guess, sword strikes, but also this.
Okay. A 12 is not going to hit him.
Figures.
As you aim for Apotheosis, but he's able to sidestep out of the way.
Oh boy. Well, she does have advantage if she attacks.
She does. And I'm gonna say she can attack on your turn.
Well, okay then.
I just need to roll something for her. She's going to try and hit. And that she's gonna actually hit Apotheosis. I want you to roll me a perception check.
Right?
With advantage, because you said you were gonna help her out next turn.
Oh, I see.
You don't notice, but she is able to deal some damage to Apotheosis.
Nice.
It's gonna be Apotheosis. Ah, you ungrateful little brat. And he is going to look like he's going to lunge at her, but then he stops in his place, realizing there's a much bigger threat behind him. And he is not going to let up this time. What's the AC of the Eagle God?
Eagle God? It's a good question. 18.
18. I killed you once, I can do it again. And he is going to do sort of this flip maneuver and smash the Eagle God in his face for 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
How many? Your sound cut off.
21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Neat.
Okay. And with that, there is going to be one attack from the Prince of Toil, as the giant's hairpin entity is going to barrel down against you once more. You took away his swords, but he's still pissed off, and he still wants to kill you. So, okay, 20 hit you?
Yes, actually.
You're gonna take also 21 points of. Actually, you would take necrotic damage instead, as
How
you feel
much?
these shadowy arms rake across your face.
How much?
21.
21? Okay. Duly noted.
Shifting back to the other party, Neelam is going to be continuing to take the dodge action. And he's actually going to proc something that he realized. And okay, only one of the attacks is going to hit him. So you're going to see Neelam step forward to try to bait Rigard into attacking with his green fairy. And Rigard actually takes the bait. Neelam is able to dodge out of the way of the first attack, but the second one's going to skim his shoulders, and you're going to see blood just blaze across the field as Neelam's suit is just torn, but he did not lose his arm. Grifter, you can tell if one of those things makes direct contact, that is going straight through your body in an aura or not.
Yeah. Neelam!
What?
Are you okay?
I'll live. It's taken a lot more to kill me.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna use bonus action disengage
Okay.
as let's see, what is the range on this? Where you at? There you are. The range on that is thankfully bigger than I thought it was. So I can get up right here. Rigid Baya! I don't know what's going
says
on.
nothing.
The game continues, Rigid! Grifter is still playing! You know the game, Grifter! It's your favorite! Cruz Carson is in front of you!
You're going to notice something you haven't seen up to this point. He's actually going to blink.
Cruz Carson is the manipulator, the evil one. Grifter always fights to protect what he holds dear. He attacked from the shadows. These shadows, as you can see, as Grifter's using like the shadows around him to attack the one that destroyed everything, pointing at the Etienne figure. The true Cruz Carson in front of you.
Grifter.
The game isn't over. You have to win. You're the only one who can beat this game.
At this point, he's going to remain still.
And I'm gonna try to take a swipe at that sword handle.
Okay.
I'm using the Phantom Sword. Ooh, glad I still have that. How's the 19?
19 is going to hit.
Yes! 9 cold damage to the Phantom, to the Blade of Nothingness.
So the blade itself starts to seize up and kind of start cracking under the pressure given this new shift in temperature. And I want you to make me another strength saving throw.
Damn it.
You are not going to take as much damage from this one.
8.
as you are knocked back 20 feet. Right here. As you feel this radiant burst attack you again, and you are going to take a lot more damage than I thought. 13 points of radiant damage.
Okay, I'm gonna have that down to 7.
Okay. Still hanging in there.
Oh yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Additional. Well, I can still reach with a shadow stab against that sword. I'm still within range for that.
Okay.
You're not going to take my little brother from me again! And... Dang it!
Okay. Rigard actually steps out of the way of your blast. As you see a streak of shadow just explode off of the edge.
We can reach him, Neelam. He's still in there.
Not so fast. As you're gonna see Etienne stomp into the ground. This area starts to crack, and he's going to kick a loose piece of the flooring of this area in your direction. This time, I want you to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Hey!
You're good at those.
I am good at those. But let's see how much roll 20 is kind to me. 22!
22, you're gonna only take half damage from this.
Oh, goody.
So normally you would take 18, but you're going to take 9 instead.
Oh!
As you feel shards, you managely barrel out of the way as you feel shards of this glassy substance scrape across your skin as you're left with numerous different cuts. And I need to roll something for Neelam. Okay, Neelam's able to dodge out of the way of another strike from the orb. We're going back to Coco. Okay, so TL just destroyed one sword with another sword. What do you want me to do now?
Keep breaking swords!
Okay. TL is going to run around this way and take out one of the giant's hairpin swords. Now I'm going to need to see if it hits. Okay, it's going to hit the sword, and it's going to deal it's going to deal bonus damage. That's going to meet the HP pool, and another sword is down.
Yay.
Coco,
Yes.
what are you doing?
I am taking yet another sword, and I am attacking the giant's hairpin.
Okay.
Is that another strength check?
Yes. Roll a strength check.
Damn.
Okay.
Technically, although I did think about it, if this is an attack, I do technically have 2 attacks as Coco a turn.
You do.
Okay. Ooh.
That one. Let's
Yikes.
roll severity. Oh, that's fun. Coco, you know what happens?
Yes.
So you swing this sword, and it gets destroyed. And you see the giant's hairpin absorb its energy, and the Prince of Toil is going to get much larger.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn?
Well, I mean, I do also have Eagle God. I'm going to see if I can have Eagle God grapple Apotheosis to prevent him from attacking Tail. And also keep the pressure on it.
Okay. Athletics check.
Athletics. 15?
Okay, so Eagle God is going to reach to try to grab Apotheosis, and Apotheosis rolled a nat 20. So
Fantastic.
what happens is he slams Eagle God. Basically, he grabs the massive hand of Eagle God and slams him into the ground next to Tel. Is there anything else he can do on this turn, or is that it?
Well, he has multi-attack, although I don't know if that counts.
I'm gonna say that could be one attack action.
Okay. Let's see. We'll do Gale Slash again. In a line, going from this direction.
Okay. Roll hit. 22 is gonna hit.
Okay.
And you're gonna slice across the middle of his face. But he's gonna start reforming it. And with that, it's Tel's turn. And I need to roll something for her. Tel is going to get on this side of Apotheosis, realizing if she gets too far from her father, it could prove even more dire than if she stands her ground right now. But she's going to pass along the other side. And that is not what you're gonna want to see. Noodle, does a nat 20 hit you?
Yeah, well, of course it does.
Okay. So, you're gonna see the Prince of Toil take all its various different fists from around its body and barrel them down directly at you. As you are going to take, in total, 25 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yikes.
You feel a large... You feel the wind knocked out of you as you're slammed to the ground. This giant beast barrels up to you. And Apotheosis is going to make another hit towards Eagle God, but because of the disfigurement of his face, he's not going to be able to hit.
Yeah.
I'll roll for Grifter. Neelam Bear. Neelam, continue moving forward. Will these hit him? So, this time 3 orbs make a circle around Rickard. Neelam's able to dodge the first 2, but he is going to take a nat 20 himself.
Oh!
As you're going to see the orb slam into his side, clipping both his ribcage and his arms. And he's going to start bleeding profusely, but he is still standing. Brother, you dead yet?
Not yet. Not what it takes. He's coming back with us.
Well, I'm gonna have to agree. And Grifter,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Getting himself up shaky legs is gonna make his way back over to Rigard. Rigard. Even if I die here, I'm doing this for you, little brother. So you can have a second chance at life that you never had before. Rigard. If I die, it's to help you. I love you, little brother. And I'm going to save you! And I am going to take another swing at that freaking handle.
Okay.
There. Dang it, I always keep losing track of it. There you are. Because Bellatrix would be pissed at both of us if we didn't get through this! And I am not gonna go to the afterlife and have her yell at me! And, oh god. Even if I add Ren on top of that.
15 isn't not gonna hit. But you don't proc something else.
Then I will take another swing.
Okay.
Oh, come on!
Duality.
154. Grifter, you're just trying everything desperately, trying to save your little brother. You feel your energy starting to drain as you're just tirelessly trying to destroy the thing that is keeping your brother captive. And eventually you fall to your knees.
Rick.
Missing every shot. But you look up to Rigard, and you see somebody else.
Battle.
I want you to describe for everybody Battle Bear.
Battle Bear. The poor middle child syndrome of the Bear siblings. He has the shorter blue hair, wearing glasses from tireless hours of reading books, trying to better himself, in any way, trying to get any sort of approving words from his father. Doing his best to try to be the smartest of all of us, to be a doctor one day. And always getting told that no matter what he does, he's always behind us.
Excuse me. He's gonna knock on your forehead.
Battle, what?
You're not gonna give up that easily, are you?
No.
Your name's all off. Remember when we used to play darts together, and I used to try to mathematically figure out which way would be the best angle to land in the center, and I would always miss, and you would just go in all willy-nilly and get bullseyes every time.
I mean, it takes finesse.
You know how mad that made me?
I imagine quite irritated.
And now you could very easily beat me in a game of darts, but you can't hit up as big of a target as that.
There's extenuating circumstances!
Maybe you should take your own advice.
Wh-
Take a deep breath, focus, and
follow through.
I would like you to make another attack with advantage.
Adding Ren on top of it.
Okay.
Not gonna get scolded by you. Oh my god!
25. Roll the hit.
11 and Ren burst.
So you see quite a glowing aura descend upon this sword as a large chunk of it breaks off. See, that wasn't that hard.
Guess I just needed some friendly advice.
I guess you did.
He's just gonna stand dumbfounded.
You're gonna notice the large burst of aura is going to descend upon you, but you just feel a gentle breeze brush across your hair.
I don't suppose you have any words for Rig.
You can
Or
tell
am I
yourself.
hallucinating? Of course. I'm hallucinating from blood loss.
We're going to go to the other screen. Noodle.
Yes.
Most of the swords are destroyed, but you took quite a bit of damage. You're feeling your bones ache. Everything in your body hurts right now. But you're gonna see TL break the last sword that isn't the hairpin or tail, and then he's going to hold it out at tail. What are you doing?
He's pointing the sword at Tail?
Yes.
TL, don't you do that.
He is not saying anything.
TL?
Don't worry, I got this.
Don't you hurt her.
Coco, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, it is his turn first, isn't it?
He took his turn.
Oh, okay. This is a tricky situation I'm in. So, I have no limits on my abilities right now, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that I can use creation on myself.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna heal myself.
Okay.
Okay? How much am I allowed to do?
So normally you would be taking your own life force and putting it into somebody else. For the express purposes of this, I'm going to say you can take a life force from the Eagle God.
Okay. That's beneficial.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna just go to full.
Okay.
because I can always bring Eagle God back whenever I want. Yeah, I'm gonna go to full health. 99. Oh, come on. How much was that? I needed to figure out. Let's see. 46, okay. Okay, Eagle God is still up quite significantly. Yeah, we Gucci.
Okay. What is your next plan?
Okay. I am, if I can, I'm going to take a free action to yell at TL.
You better not hurt her.
I know what I'm doing.
Hey, I'll trust you.
And then she's gonna have Eagle God go attack the spinal piece for the dragon's hairpin.
Okay.
Okay. Gale slash again.
It's not gonna hit.
Not gonna hit? Okay. Well, it has multi-attack.
Okay. So, as the Eagle God barrels towards this creature, it's able to just kind of grab its hands and hold it at bay for the time being.
Okay. Well, that's all I've got.
Okay. TL is going to lift the sword, looking like he's about to strike Tell. And then you're going to see, like, Apotheos's eyes glow. Yes, boy. Do it. And then all of the sudden you're going to see one of TL's magnets send Tell's sword flying towards the one that he's holding. And Tell's sword is going to smash through it.
Yay! Good boy!
Oops! You idiot! Don't give it to her! Well, you know. And it being Tell's turn, she is going to run over to you, Coco.
Hi, Tail. You doing okay?
I'm better than ever.
That's good. Let's teach this old bastard a lesson.
You know what? I can go for that.
All right, you and I, let's go.
Coco,
What?
Tell has consumed the equivalent of 5 other swords, if I'm not mistaken, so I'm gonna need to edit your spinal piece sheet real quick.
Oh, God!
So 5d8. So for every sword you consume, you get another d8 worth of necrotic damage.
Christ.
And we are going to shift over. Oh, Apotheosis. He needs to try something. I'm gonna roll something. Oh, fuck. I almost forgot. Let's see what she rolls. Oh my god, oh my god. Yes! So, you're gonna see, Prince of Toil getting ready to wheel back for another strike. And you're gonna see Apotheosis. Hit me with it. Just hit her! Destroy her! And you're gonna see the Prince of Toil's swing go wide, accidentally punch off Apotheos's head, and on the other end of its arm, you're gonna see a pink fairy that is very pissed off right now.
Oh my
Full circle!
And with that, we're going to shift back to the other people. You shake your head. You don't see Bettel anymore. You see Neelam still dodging orbs. He's going to have to dodge 4 orbs this time. Luckily, he is taking the dodge action. And luckily for him, none of them are going to hit him.
Oh, thank God.
You're going to see him, like, breathing heavily. Grifter, you feel the shit has been kicked out of you.
Oh, yeah. And he also currently thinks that he's hallucinating from blood loss.
Yes. But your little brother's still there and he still needs saving.
Oh. Really good. Really good, really good. They're all here. They want you to come home, Rig. Betel. Neelam. Look, Neelam's here saying hi. Come home to us, Rig. Win this game. And we're gonna be the happiest we've ever been as a family. And taking aim once again. Deep breath. Just follow through. After all, I'm in the player 2 seat next to you. Swing. Damn it.
Okay. Roll another hit.
22! Ren burst on top of it.
Remembering Betel's words, you make another strike at the sword.
10 cold and another 1 Ren.
You sever one of its remaining guards. As you feel another spike of energy is about to blow you back when you see this girl. Can you describe Bellatrix Bayer for everybody?
Bellatrix Bayer, the sassiest of the Bayer siblings with brown hair and lots of curls, wearing thick glasses, and probably looking at Grifter with a very smug expression.
Finally you listen to somebody else's advice. Like, I guess it was your own first, but...
Oh, great. I have screwed up and you have come to scold me.
Haha, not yet, but if you keep messing up, I'm gonna have some words. She's actually holding a ruler in her hands and she's, like, slapping it against her other hand, like she's gonna smack you.
Oh, come on!
Hey, did you already lose that priceless heirloom I spent years studying?
Priceless heirloom?
The sword.
The hairpin!
It's a piece of junk anyways.
Piece of evil junk.
You're looking kind of bad there.
Coughing up blood.
Oh, not
you don't
that,
say.
Not that a big, strong older brother like you needs my help or anything. She flips her hair.
I mean, I wouldn't be against taking any.
Don't say I never did nothing for you. And she is going to give you a hug, and you're going to gain 25 temporary hit points.
There is tear running down Grifter's face with that hug.
Now, you got this. We're on the final leg. We believe in you.
You have no idea how badly I needed to hear that.
Go get him, champ. She's gonna punch you in the arm.
Right. I still have one more in me. I have a bonus action still.
Okay. Strike.
Okay. And shadow stabbing one more time at that last spinal piece.
With advantage.
Yeah. 23.
Okay.
5 more slashing at it.
5. Son of a bitch. We'll get back to that in a second. Okay. Coco.
Yes.
You are now wielding Tell. It is TL's turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
TL is actually going to take advantage of the situation and use his magnet powers to be what I designed him to be, an annoyance. And he's going to smack Apotheosis on the back. And he's going to... how far would he be? So this map is reversed, so... Oh my god, you idiot. Are you going to be able to do this shit? Okay, yeah. So, he's going to have to run around the Prince of Toil, but TL is going to actually be able to grab the loose bit of ground that Etienne kicked at you earlier, Grifter. And he's going to put the other part of the magnet on it. And he is going to throw it as far as he can one direction. It's going to come back and it's going to smack Apotheosis back 10 feet. And he would complain, but he don't have no head to talk right now. Coco.
Yes.
You are now wielding Tell. What are you doing?
Me and Taylor are gonna end this man's whole career.
Okay.
We are, of course, attacking the giant's hairpiece. Jesus Christ!
How do you want to do this?
We want to, I want to basically, pierce it right through the middle of the blade.
Okay. So, as you swiftly bring it, you basically bisect this rapier, this artifact that led you on this journey that's been with Grifter since for almost as long as he can remember. This evil entity that has aided in the destruction of so many lives. You bring this sword across it, and the giant's hairpin is no more. Going back to Grifter, you finally are able to shatter the Sword of Nothing as your little brother falls unconscious to the ground, still breathing.
Rick.
And at this point, I'm just gonna do something real quick. Dan, repeat what you just said.
I got you, Rick. I've got you.
Did we win?
Almost. We've almost won. There's still the end boss.
I hope you got better at video games.
I haven't.
Don't tell me that before I'm about to Grifter, he doesn't pass out, he falls asleep. And you would see Coco and TL reemerge.
You made it.
Fine. It's a lot easier than I expected, actually.
Good for you.
Coco, the energy from the broken shard flows into Tail. And I'm gonna add... It currently does 7d8 added necrotic damage for those listening at home. Is it over, or...?
Oh no. Not yet.
Grifter.
I still have one more hallucination.
Oh, yes, you do. As I want you to describe Mintaka.
Mintaka Bayer, the pretty boy of the Bayer family. This boy, the most social, fun-loving, friendliest partygoer you will ever meet, with a very brilliant smile. This is the kind of guy who would very openly embarrass Grifter in public, rustling his hair and making him hold his bags.
He currently has his elbow propped up against the jukebox and he's snapping his fingers. Oh, I didn't see you there.
Oh, we're going back to this, are we, Mint?
He's gonna help you up.
So what brings you from your social obligations?
Well, as you can tell, things aren't quite over yet.
You don't say.
And I think I should help you out.
Or should I? You might have to owe me after this.
Just add it to my tab.
Oh, well. The cost is pretty hefty. After you make out of this situation alive, I want you to live a happy life.
I'll be sure to do that for you.
I'm actually bullshitting you. I want you to punch Neelam in the stomach as hard as you can.
I'll be sure to do that for you. I owe him for several other things, including, you.
Yeah, well, he owes me for me too. Anyways, so I saw you doing your little billy back there. What did you call it? Pitch black? Got all shadowy and scary.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
The funny thing about it, it seems like there's still too much light to make it as effective as it needs to be.
You're going to arrange for a little... Well, remember how we used to get out of different occasions when we went a little too far at certain parties?
Oh, yeah.
Bit of a cut the lights and split for the car.
Oh, I know just the occasion.
That man never forgave me for kissing his daughter.
You are my brother. He's gonna pull you in and give you a nuggie.
Hey now. Because you're dead, you don't get to do that. Doesn't mean you can keep doing that.
Oh, we almost forgot. Where do you think the darkest place here is?
The darkest place. In the shadow of this billboard, most likely.
Well, there's someplace even darker.
Really?
Oh, you'll get a kick out of this. father's soul. He's gonna point over to Etienne over here, who's still like half Etienne, half Apotheosis, so his head is still partially missing.
Oh,
he's still trying to recover. But the problem is he doesn't really show his true insides unless if you leave a big enough gash, and I'm afraid there's only one thing powerful enough here to do such a thing.
Looking over at Rig.
Oh no, he's probably not going to be waking up anytime soon.
Then I'm gonna guess it's, that over there, pointing over at what Coco's holding.
Oh, there we go! So, all you need to do is have your, I guess our sister, open up a big enough wound for infection to spread. Sound simple enough?
I think that can be arranged.
Now get ready, this last form is very ugly. Just warning you now.
Well, I'm glad we don't end up looking like him.
Yeah. Well, go get him, Tiger. And he is gonna push you forward. And we are going to change the music real quick. This is the last part. I know it's been a long session. We're almost to the end point.
Well, I don't suppose anyone here but me heard what was going on.
Nobody did. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep, hallucinating. Anyway.
Oh, your brother's fine. Our brother is fine.
Our brother is fine. Now let's cut this old man to pieces!
You're gonna see him. He is stumbling towards the edge of Heaven's throne as he falls off. And what you see emerge is something absolutely horrific. As... Let me bring this to the token layer and show off the art.
Oh!
Apotheosis and the visage of Etienne. It can no longer hold a singular form, as this entity known as Apotheosis starts convulsing and changing shapes and colors in an horrific, abstract fashion. You see muscle and sinew stretch and bone turn to jelly as what comes around the corner is a giant amalgamation of absolute absurdity. This is what true godhood looks like. Well, time for you all to die now. It was fun while it lasted, but... well, everything's got to end eventually.
Why don't you lead death by example?
Gladly. Okay. Whose turn would it be? How about everybody just rolls me new initiative?
Okay. Hey, Batty, quick question.
Yes.
Can the cannon team down below see whatever the hell that is?
You would see a giant flesh amalgamation twirl its way up, but I'm gonna say now you're not gonna be able to touch it.
Understood. Just, we're probably looking at it going, what the shit?
Okay, let's roll. 7, 7, 18. Okay. Seven and 7. Okay. Ugh. I don't suppose you have a plan.
The plan is tail.
I don't know what that is.
The last final piece.
Ah, that one. Neelam is going to press forward and take the dodge action, because he doesn't know what's coming next. Grifter.
Okay. I am going to... Things trying to move aside and move all sorts of places. Okay. Let me move turn order over here so I can actually see. I
That should be leaning over the side like that.
I'm gonna get in front of TL actually. Okay. So, we need to make a big gash inside of it, saying to everyone it's a free action.
If you guys are able to open up a cut, I can hold it open using my magnets.
Perfect. Let's see. I am going to use bonus action Black Waltz to raise my AC.
Okay. Is that... Are you
So
gonna...
I got my shadow is just moving around me, like waiting for any. It basically does its thing where it moves around me. If anything comes to hit me, it tries to block its part.
Okay.
And for my attack action, I am going to throw an acid syringe at it.
Okay. Roll the hit.
Ha! 18.
18. It's gonna actually hit. Yeah, no, that hits this form. So, describe to me how you aim the acid syringe.
Grifter doing his thing now, kind of tossing it up and down in his hand, getting in his dart stance. It's just like back at home, and I see a big-ass bullseye in front of me. And just when I'm hitting the plunger, just as I throw it real fast.
Okay, so you hit directly into this weird, abstract eye that's emerging from the pseudo face coming from Apotheosis's back. As you see the eye start to gush with acid.
Funny that dot should be brought up. Oh, look. I happen to have them all. This is the fun part of rooting through medical dumpsters. And I'm gonna follow through with yet another acid syringe. I got too many of these left. But, hell, good a time as any to use them.
Okay.
19!
19.
There's another 4 acid.
Okay. Okay, so you plunge another one, and you start to see acid ooze from this creature. Coco, it's your turn.
So, 2 things. One, how badly is Grifter looking right now?
Grifter looks like even though he has taken a lot of damage, something is leaving him persevering through this. You don't know what it is, but he could be better, most certainly.
Okay. Is he, like, at risk at all, would you say?
At risk currently, probably not. I mean, that's up to Dan. How like bent up is Grifter right now?
Appearance-wise, he looks very banged up. But yeah, there's still something that's keeping him steadily standing.
So he's relatively fine. Okay.
But he does look like shit.
Okay. I'm also going to turn to Tail. She's gonna be like,
This is all on you, friend. You are going to be the one to end this.
Let's do this.
By which I mean Batty, because
Yep.
I saw something very extra spicy on my sheet. I'm
Yep.
able to give advantage to anyone attacking within 30 feet of them, meaning that because Tail is her own entity, and if she's attacking, I can
Yes.
give her advantage.
Okay.
So me and Tail, we gonna do some business. We're going over here.
Okay. I'll say Tel goes on your turn.
Okay. Still my turn, and I can... Well, I'm saying we are basically combo attacking. We're gonna go twice. 17?
17 is gonna hit this form.
Okay.
What's that? Okay. Are you gonna roll your attacks?
Yeah. I can hit twice, right?
Yes.
Okay. 22.
22. So you and Tel are both wielding the sword, I see.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it's 38. 48. Okay. Go ahead and roll another attack if you can.
Oh.
27. Yeah. Okay. So, you start laying into this thing, switching the sword between you and Tel, and you start cutting open like wounds in its chest cavity, right? Mm-hmm. And you keep cutting, but it seems like, however, like regardless of however much, it seems to instantly heal the moment after you hit. You're getting through the barrier, but it's staying up. You're still dealing damage to this entity, but not big enough of a hole for Grifter to fit through.
She's going to, I guess, shout out to TL to use his magnets to pull him apart in the holes we've exposed.
I got it! Okay.
Is Eagle God still able to do stuff?
You're right. That is a thing I can do.
Okay. Do you want to use Eagle God?
Yes. I'm gonna put them right here.
Okay.
Well, actually, where were they before? Like right about here?
Yeah.
Okay. They can fly. So I'm gonna put them in flanking position.
Okay.
And Eagle God has 2 attacks per turn. Let's see. 18?
18? That is gonna hit.
Okay. 15 radiant.
Okay. Roll next attack.
Okay. They can't use the same attack per turn. Let's see. Gale Slash with the direction going diagonally from this way to this way.
Okay, so you sever off Etienne's head.
Yay!
Falls to the ground. Okay. Wait, so what's the plan?
We gotta get a hole open. I'm going in.
Okay. So TL's gonna start running up. I'm gonna see if it's... I need to roll something. Apotheosis is gonna use one of its legendary actions. Okay. Come on, TL. TL's gonna make me another strength saving throw. And he's gonna fail. You're gonna see TL running towards Apotheosis, but he is going to intake all of the air around him, and he is going to shoot a concentrated air blast at TL. He's gonna be able to keep his tin aura enough to prevent him from dying, but you're gonna see... I need to measure how far he is knocked back. Okay. He's going to be knocked back 40 feet, and he's going to take... I don't know if I should tell you this. It might make you guys freak out. 39 points of slashing damage. As there are cuts all along his arms, and he's breathing heavily. But you know what? He's still standing on 2 feet.
Damn.
And that's all he can do for his turn. He wasn't able to put his magnets down. I need to see something real quick. Okay. Interesting. Okay, everybody make me wisdom saving throws.
Oh, good. Whether wisdom or strength, it's not good.
19.
17, that's one of the best ones I've got.
Okay, 17. I need to roll for Neelam. Neelam's gonna pass. Tell it doesn't really matter. And I want you to roll me intelligence save for Eagle God.
Intelligence save, okay. Intelligence check.
Wow.
Okay. So, normally you would all be taking 67 points of psychic damage right now.
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
But it is half down, so you are only taking, that would be 33.
Holy shit!
As essentially what happens is Apotheosis starts making itself vibrate an array of colors that end up enveloping you all. Flashing lights and images as you start to bleed from your noses, as you are all disoriented. Luckily, all of you passed.
Luckily. Jeez.
I am barely up.
Okay. I'm gonna need to roll No, I'm not gonna need to roll something for Neelam. Because he...
Neelam is down.
No, he is not down.
Oh, wow. He has a lot of health.
Okay. You're gonna see Neelam stand up. He's wiping the blood from his nose. God damn you, Kamakiri, he says under his breath. You know what separates me from the rest of you?
What are you going on about?
I have goals far more important than anyone else. And I am going to be the one to make the decisions to achieve those goals no matter what. And you're gonna see him run up to Tell, grab the hilt, and jam it into his own stomach.
Ah!
Jesus.
As I'm going to need to add another thing to your ears sheet real quick. So, there we go. As Neelam Bayer falls to the ground. We need to end this now. Get ready to jump in. We can't have an attack again. He's gonna start coughing up blood. And that's Neelam's turn. As he falls to the ground.
Okay. Yeah, no, he's right. Because I also cannot take another hit. As a bonus action, can I use Poltergeist to drag TL over here?
I'd say yes.
Okay, TL, we're going to need you, and just have it go over and just pick up by his shadow and drag him over to me.
Okay. You got this.
God, I hope so.
That makes two of us.
Yeah. Going to run up. Coco.
Yeah.
Let me lend you a hand. And I want to, because she's holding tail, right?
So I'm gonna say if you make your action, you're not gonna be able to make your action if you try and do something to hold it to do something later.
Oh, I have action. Okay. I'll make it easy for you. So, once you cut him open, I'm going in.
I do that.
Alright, so I'm holding my action to dive in.
Okay. Coco,
Yes.
I want you to make me 3 attacks with tail.
Okay.
All with
Before-
advantage.
Okay, before that though, I noticed something else kind of interesting about the Eagle God.
Yes.
How fucked up is Neelam right now, by the way?
You don't know if he's dead or alive.
Okay, not anymore, EA. He's stabilized.
So, you don't see this, Grifter, but as the blood seeps into Tel's spinal piece, the wounds on Neelam's body seem to pass right up. He's still unconscious.
Okay, he also gains 15 temporary HP, as
Okay.
do I, as does Grifter. And, let's see, 5 people, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I guess Eagle God as well, I could do that.
Okay.
Everybody has a little bit more wiggle room as far as that's concerned. I am also going to, because that's on the list of things, Grifter can automatically pass a Wisdom, Charisma, or Constitution save.
Fantastic!
Okay, Spinal Sword time. 16.
16 is actually going to hit this form.
Yay.
Okay. Roll again. 19's going to hit. Roll one more time. Okay. So. After you lay... How do you lay open to this apotheosis?
Brutally, by slamming into it as hard as I physically can.
You tear several slash marks into the center of apotheosis. Running up behind you, Coco, you see TL as he quickly jumps and places 2 magnet touches on either side of the actual wound itself, pulling it apart. Grifter?
Held action procs.
Okay. You jump inside. TL reverses the polarization on the magnets, closing it. And because you are surrounded in true darkness, I want you to roll me 5 d20s.
Okay. From hell's heart I stab at thee.
Oh, thank Lord, that's enough. Okay. Describe to me how you kill apotheosis.
As I dive in, and I get my bearing, letting black waltz swirl around me, faster, faster, and faster as my entire body is enveloped in darkness. Eyes completely glowing yellow. Outstretched arms. Why don't you go to hell at last? An eruption of tendril spikes all out from me.
The flame in his eye goes out as you are propelled back from the blast, and apotheosis falls down the chasm, dead. Uh-huh.
I'll be sure to sleep in this Father's Day.
Gale's gonna start crying and he's gonna hug you too.
Oh yeah. No, I'm hugging TL. Oh my god. I'm glad you're okay. TL, Coco, Needle.
Neelam rolls over on his side, and he is breathing.
Oh, thank God.
That worked.
Tail, thank you for everything.
It was nothing.
Nothing my bot.
You walk up to your little brother. He's snoring.
Taking a page out of my book, huh? That's what I would normally be doing if I was home. And I'm gonna pick him up.
You do. He's actually almost as light as you remember him to be.
You have not been right. I'm gonna fix that. And he can't resist it. While he's holding him, he's gonna hug him.
You give him a big hug, and he's gonna mutter something in his sleep. Thanks for saving me.
That's what big brothers are for.
You hold on to your little brother. And right before we end the session, Cable, are you still with us? You on mute?
No. Yeah, he's on mute. I don't know if he's still here.
Okay. Tonbo. So the rest of you are standing at the foot of Heaven's staircase when you see a giant Heaven's throne. When you see a giant mass falling towards you, you're able
get
to
out of the way of that.
You're able to step out of the way, but it crashes towards the ground. And right before it dissipates, its almost lifeless face looks towards you three. And it turns its head to you, Tonbo. You were the only thing I didn't account for. And Apotheosis is going to die and wither.
I give Dustin $20 to go poke it with a stick.
I do one better. I throw a coconut at it.
It's dead. Okay.
I feel fulfilled now.
Well, I think that's about everything for the session. Again, another long session. It's the finale, so it was bound to happen. Next time, we'll do the epilogue. Really?
Yeah.
4 hours.
Oh my god.
And
Nah,
correct you, Batty. No more gods.
It's fine. I hit all the plot points I needed to. I wasn't rushing myself. I was thinking about rushing myself, but we got everything done that needed to be done. And next session, we'll basically do the wrap up. So this was the finale, but we'll have an epilogue to Bulu Empire. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, does anybody have anything else they want to add before we head off?
Christopher's
Always
just
be
gonna shake.
sure to shake the pixie and piss it off.
It worked.
Worked.
Always make sure to slim your gyms and trim your pims. Goodbye.
Cannons work.
Bye.
Bye.